give you that.
What if you could just dual wield any of the pistols? That would be kind of sick. Imagine dual wielded the.
That would be the one-shot body shot Deagle pre-nerf.
Yeah.
That's like the R8.
Dude, dual wielding the R8s? Come on.
I don't want a single the R8. Yeah. Some guns, Valve break, and then they leave in the doldrums. The Negev, the R8. Now you all know my feelings on the Negev. It's actually really good, and one day someone will figure it out. Till that day, guess we'll have to wait. Robs puts that 5-7 to use. Double nades at B do some damage, but it's Kicker who comes out on top. These pistols getting poked and prodded.
Streamception.
Should be a clean round. That's what you're hoping for here. Any damage that Faze could
That
do
stained glass, did they redo the shader on that stained glass?
Is brilliant. So let's see if they're able to find anything else, right? Already
That looks pretty good for Counter-Strike.
Kicker looking like a tasty morsel that you could just scoop up with a USP. Like goo.
Like goo. When has goo ever been tasty?
Wait, did they do... They did another pass on all these maps, didn't they?
Maybe not.
There's like more decals on shit and whatever.
No, actually.
Didn't think so. Or B-Walk.
Like custard. Custard.
Yeah.
Like the geometry is the same. It's not like a major pass, but like they did some stuff.
Will it be salty or will it be sweet? He's up on top of the coffins.
Let me, I'll take off my black square till I turn on the camera. I want some warm-up time before we go camera. And he drops.
Oh, what have you eaten today, Harry?
Today actually just
Oh man, it took him so long to get started there.
Joke, but no, just tofu.
That's cool. Good for you, man. Kick it.
So what is the actual schedule for actual games today? Because it's happening in Europe, right? I would have expected.
Stop eventually. For at least a round.
I would have expected them to put them like around now so that both NA and Europe could watch. But I don't know where the schedule's posted.
Or maybe never. Maybe
Just
think about it.
Just trust me, we'll come back to the goo thing. Just remember it. Here we are, right now. Your Kindar's down in the tunnels looking for a pick in top mid. It's a triple B lean early for Faze. And that's a tag for Brokey. Lovely start to the round, right? Puts the fear in outsiders and sends them away from Banana. Now looking for the A play. Grouping up in the apartments and holding on to the bottom of mid, still making sure that no aggro comes in. And it leaves the door open to go back to B. You've still got plenty of time left on the clock.
Outsiders stopwatches are ticking. They're looking at it through their monocle. They see they have a minute left. They take top B. But is that the fake out? Certainly could be. Doubling back down Banana. Even trading guns. Putting Kicker on the Galil to give Buster the AK. He is lower. Every little detail counts, and outsiders are perfectly encapsulating that in everything they do.
All right.
Everyone's here. 2 players committed in the site.
I think this is enough of the boring Counter-Strike rerun.
Double kill this hold, you lose the round. So let's see. Quick rush, and that's none. Twist will finish through the smoke.
That's a weird spot
they didn't
that I
realize where
haven't
from,
seen.
though. He gets a frag. They go up, they go over, and he goes down again. 3 on 3, and it's the bare minimum you need on a defense. They have a kit. It's tempting.
It is going to entice you, isn't it?
Oh!
What a tag damage from Twists. All right, lad. Spamming them through the window. Sinful as he does that. Brings him down low. Well, he's aware of the damage done. And that might send Faze out of the round. It looks so promising.
It's Inferno, man. You double kill a B hold and you still can't even attempt the retake. And it makes sense for Faze. Like, you know, yes, could they have won that 3-on-3? Absolutely. But you don't know where outsiders are. If they're playing for Banana there, if they have that control, they have a molly, they have a flash, they just win the round. So, yeah, Faze, it's the safer option of 2 as outsiders have started to pick up the pieces and run away with this game. And so Faze, they didn't want to lose that round.
Okay.
And then rebuy and have it all rely on that. They wanted an immediate respond.
HLTV.org. Let's see what. Overview was just schedule today's matches. Faze versus Spirit 10:30 in what time zone? Is this GMT Euro time? It's in an hour. All right. Maybe we're gonna have to take a break from level design and watch that. My time. Oh. They're adjusting to my time. I get it. All right, so Faze versus Spirit, Ents versus Navi, X Uyu. What the hell is that? What happened to all the US team names, guys? Why the hell is there a team called XUU? Who's on this? How do we see? People I've never heard of. All right. Cool. If you want to do the biggest memorpiga of the decade, better do it with Unreal Engine 5. I don't know. I don't know, man. Glad you enjoyed the interview. It was fun to do. We're probably going to do another one because like we said in that one, like before we talked on that interview, he was like, I want to do a bunch of specifics about game design stuff. And I was like, cool. And then we did that. And then we got to some of that, but most of the interview was not super specific about game design, so there's probably more to do. And Jelly is Sticky is out. Yes, I have it in my Steam library, as you can see. We'll probably play it this weekend. No, there we go. Jelly is Sticky. Look at that guy right there. It's just right now I want to do level design. I had some ideas for levels, and they're not necessarily that specific, but, or that, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't necessarily know the ideas specifically enough that I can execute them for sure, except this first one, probably I can. So let's try it. We're going to call this one, I think I want to call it Stasis. I'm just making sure there's no level by that name. Look at all the levels, guys. Look at my new thing. All right, so this level is called Stasis. Wait. That was weird. I might have broken something there. If we... No? I don't know what exactly happened. Okay, this level. First, let's trim the ocean. Wait, what the fuck? I wanted... God damn it. This is the new panel. Why is it all broken and shit? The themes didn't get initted correctly. Or something. Guys, What is happening? So we run this code. Maybe we haven't loaded those variables. All right, we're just gonna see what happens. Did I save stasis out? Yeah. We're going to build a new release build because who knows what the problem is. That's so weird because I was using that during debug build and it all worked fine. It all worked fine. Delivering levels to the people. We got to deliver levels to the people. I wish LLVM didn't take so damn long. We give you the ability to plug, we give you the ability to plug any backend that you want into these. Right now we provide an OpenGL backend by default, but we will have other ones as well. Okay, so my buttons are back. All right, that's great. No, level stasis, bro. All right. Oh, fuck. After I hit tab, the text dies. That's the right. Right, because okay. We have to reset these every frame because pressing tab means we call multiply alpha on this stuff, which will erase the colors and or text. Sad. Okay, so multiply. Where is that function? Is it in world panel? Multiply alpha. Where is multiply alpha? I just want to design this level. And yet, because somebody didn't do a good enough job programming this, I can't. All right, so these are all the things we do. The frame color and the text color. And by tab, I mean totally accurate battlegrounds. All right, we're just going to make a release build and sit through that again. Press fired to pay respects. This text that I use in Emacs is Comic Sans. Good thing, see, it's a good thing I woke up today and decided to actually build levels. There actually is an interesting lesson here, which is when you're just programming and thinking you're testing out what you programmed, if you're not using the thing for real, your usage pattern is not going to be the same as when you do use the thing. Why do I keep typing this? Oh, well, that's not in the thing. All right. Finally, hey, look, I'm hitting tab. See the thing, when you hit tab, it like fades out all the stuff. There, it's back. Look. I have fixed the problem. Okay. So, Ocean Man. Take me by the hand. So let's clear out Ocean Man. Let's clear out these elevators. Let's clear out these. We don't need beams on this level, guys. I don't know who told you we need beams. We are going to use ocean rivers, but not these ones. So, boop, 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 boop. And we are even going to use this. Okay, so this is gone. All right. Ugly color. Look at this nice color thing that I have now. I don't know what color this should be. Anyway, so the general idea, I'm going to try to fit this level all on one screen. Maybe around here, and we're going to see how that goes. Let me straighten out the camera a little bit. Boom. Okay, so there's going to be Ocean Man. There's going to be like a starting area. Okay. And there's going to be some mirrors. There's going to be this guy. And we're going to have another mirror later, but we're just going to set up the start of the level. So we're going to have that. And we're going to have this guy and this gal in this level. And we are also going to have, I think we need 4 monsters. I don't actually know. Okay, so we're going to have this little guard shield on the mirror. The mirror is also not going to be able to move. Whoops. The mirror is what it is. Okay. You know, we don't even need this much land. Let's chop this here. Okay. We need more ingredients. We need some lily pads. Oh, and also we need a button for that. There's more ingredients on this level than I was thinking. Where's the buttons? There they are. We need that. And that's just going to be literally there. And we need the lily pads. Those are there. Okay, now we're going to need a bunch of those. Where are they going to go? They are going to go down here. And the thing is, I don't know how to orient this. In my dream, I was doing a vertical thing, but now I'm thinking it might be horizontal, so we can zoom the camera in better. Whoops. Why do I not have... Where's my ocean edit cursor? See, there's little things in the UI that, like, I don't know why. There we go. Okay. Ocean edit cursor. So we want to have let's just try it sideways. And if we don't like it, then we'll quit video game development. Okay, so we got this thing. And we're going to do... this. Okay. And that's going to be the level so far. Now, these guys... we could actually... oh, yeah, we need the island not to be quite like this, because we need to be able to teleport dudes. So the idea is you push a monster into the right place. Let's just put these monsters... in all these places. Okay, so you put the monster in the right place, you teleport him, and you can put him on these lily pads, all right, as follows. So she could go over here, I could go here, she could go there. Okay, so where even, he would go too far, right? Oh, actually, so we can go boom. All right. See? Easy clap. This is already a little bit cute because I need to make space for this guy. Not far enough. Okay, so the idea is that I need to get the priest out there. Okay. Have you ever tried to use trackball mouse? No. Ocean Man. Okay, so let's now set up what we're trying to do. Okay, what we're trying to do is the following. I'm just going to make extra monsters. So we want her to be magically hovering at all times, right? Which means if we do this, actually let's start here around the chain, right? Or no, this is fine. Okay, so this guy is here. He's keeping her hovering. When he goes here, he goes there. He's keeping her hovering. Okay, and then this guy keeps her hovering while that guy's there. And then this guy keeps her hovering while this guy's here. Problem is, we need a third guy here. All right. That's maybe a little too pat of a solution, but oh no, it doesn't even do it. Wait. Oh, because there's too big of a gap right there. With this number of dudes, you can't do a solution, I think. That's kind of interesting. The reason I wanted to do too wide like this. Let's go down to the 1 by. Do I? If we go down to the 3 by 3, it's actually a trivial solution. So I had wanted to do something slightly non-trivial, but if this one is not solvable, then we have to think about this a little more. I mean, the fact that it's too high means maybe she can walk right and left. That seems bad. I don't want to break the level that way. Hmm. 4 by 4 works, you guess? Yeah, maybe. We could try that. That would add 2 more things, which means 1 more. So it'd be 4 by 4 with 5 monsters. That seems like maybe too much. Let's try it. Okay. Ocean Man. All right. So if we do this, we need to go 1, 2 there, 1, 2 there. All right. No, that totally doesn't work. Right, that doesn't work because the guy isn't neighboring her down here anymore. Duh. So you can space them out in that solution, but they don't. All right, let's do the trivial solution just so we can feel good that we know something about video games, all right? Because that is not always obvious. So if we do this, this is enough to... Wait. What? Oh, shoot. I have them spaced wrong. There. This is enough to do it because you always just need one guy on a lateral, right? That might be enough. Like, the higher... The aesthetics of having it be one square that you hover in might be good enough. Now, the problem with having it be one square that you hover in is why don't you just solve it? See, I didn't think about this. Why don't I just solve it by riding around here and then stepping and teleporting when one guy's in the right place? You know what I mean? I guess it's a little hard to manage, but you could tweak it that way. Like, I want it to be that you have to stand here a long time. Have a mirror where you have to come from the middle. No, that's what I'm saying. That is the idea of the level, is to have a mirror where you have to come from the middle. That we haven't done that part yet, but there's going to be a mirror on the lower right that bops us back up to the top row in a place that we can't get. That has been part of the plan all along. The problem is, the idea is I'm supposed to stay here. And there's not really a good way to do that. Because I can't, like, another way to make me stay here would be, hey, you could block dragon fire. But the dragon fire will kill the monsters. So that's not good. We could have no lily pads apart from the 2 monster lilies. Which kind of sucks because it gives away the solution. But it also means you can't cheese a level. Maybe you have to wait there to time a bounce. No, because anything you can wait for the timing, you could step on to the middle at that timing. Right? It would have to be something that literally requires you to stand there. I mean, there could be like a switch hovering. That's terrible. What else do we even have in this room? Ocean man, take me by the hand to the promised land. Well, that's the best idea I have so far, is to just get rid of all this stuff. All right, we're going to build the level, and we'll even start. So we don't need these guys. We don't need all this pretty much, which means we could tighten up our camera view, and we will make the other parts. I don't remember how much of this we need. Let me find that out. So she's right there. So that could be our maximum island. Okay. Or we could even bring this in one. Right? Like, we don't need to be weird about it. Let's bring it in one. So she's like there. That's a lot more comfy. Where is that? So we could chop all this crap off. We could chop. Oh, dude, we could. Wait. This is even more chop off now. Right? I don't want to make the island too small because then it's annoying to like maneuver. This might be enough. But we could cut it down by one. Let's do one more. As long as we don't cut it down vertically, it's probably fine. All right. So you get there. We have teleport points for the monsters. And you kind of have to use that specific point now. So we could even like call that out. We could just do this. All right. Now we need the other one, and that's in my mind that's a different force field. We're just going to paste there for a second. Hooked up to a different colored switch. And the reason this is going to be here, we're going to have some landmass here. It's probably going to be like 1 square, I don't know. And we're going to have another landmass down here. This one's definitely going to be 1 square because the only purpose of this one is to adjust the mirror. Okay, so now, okay, that's really far. So we're going to bring that one in. Gonna bring that one in by, I don't know, 2 squares. The problem is, if it's any closer, like, you could almost cheat the level. I don't think you can, but you almost could cheat the level to get across a gap. Like, that's still, this is a weird level, but okay. And then we'll get an exit. And then we'll get, I don't know, we'll put the other exit here, something. So now I kind of wanted you to have to walk far between the 2 mirror rings. We could put this here just for aesthetic's sake. We could put this over here. So now that is clearly blocking this mirror from operating. Okay, that's not going to work, actually. Because the problem is, if that mirror has a... Will it work? So the problem is, you could almost make it so you have to teleport her into a hover spot. That would be hilarious. Couldn't you just put her on a lily pad? Guys, when you design a level, well, the way I do it the way good designers do it. There's an idea behind the level. And you want to stay, if you mean landing on a lily pad, like if the lily pad doesn't move, you're signaling something. I don't know. I don't know what that chat message meant. Okay. Couldn't you just teleport her to a lily pad? Well, right now, the answer is yes, but that's only because I screwed up with what direction I put the exit in, right? The actual correct place to put the exit would be, for example, here. And then that doesn't work because the thing is she'll drown, right? So yeah. Anyway, so the thing is, I think according to the current, let me fix the camera here now, since we know about how big our level will be, we'll get it in tight. Designing levels is tight. All right, so if I do not, like, let's say I'm in process of solving this level. So like, we're gonna want to put her in that spot, right? I don't think I will necessarily I guess it still works sometimes. Like what I was worried about was, yeah. So when I can't teleport the monster through the gate because he's blocked, that timing doesn't work. But that's actually, whoops, that's probably okay. So the idea is he then goes over here, and then we can teleport her to the exit. Which honestly could just be one square, unless we want to do something wacky. The problem is, because I was talking before about what if you teleport a monster. The thing is, if you could teleport a monster from a lily pad, you could just teleport her from that lily pad. And that is not good. Okay, so this is a level. I don't know if it's as good of a level as I would like it to be. One more thing you could do is actually have to set up the lilies. Like, that could be entertaining. Like, you have to set them up to be in the right spacing. That would mean that this level has a lot of objects on it. But maybe that's fine. I mean, we could just do that. Let's just be simple, right? Simple dimple. So you see this, you're like, okay, you got to be there. We could even shrink this in a little bit more if we want. We could pull this in, pull this in. We could even put this right next to the mirror like that is. I don't know if that's better. I don't know if that's more interesting. The fact that it's not right next to the mirror maybe makes the red line more intelligible. How does a player know when gliding the priest cannot drown? Because this game has fucking 750 levels in it, and this isn't the only level. Why are you bothering me with this? Guys, it's a whole video game. We are designing one level out of a whole video game. There is an entire sequence of a number of levels where that behavior is introduced as you would expect in a good video game. Each level will be a separate DLC. Yeah, $5.99 micropayment per level. We need to make some money. All right. What? Let me just solve the level like this and see what I think about it. Oh, you know what? Let's bring in the camera a little bit more even. It's a little bit of an ugly level layout-wise, but this may be fixable. Okay, so we're going to go here. We're going to go there. Oh, see, it's already not even solvable. There, now that's solvable. Okay, so she could go there, he could go there. Okay. Oh, we put him in the wrong place. Isn't that exciting? Do. Okay. So then, boop. And then, boop. And then, boop. Oh. Oops. But we basically solved the level. We just have to move that back to the side again or something. Okay. The reason why I have these two gates is so that you have to walk from one to the other. That's what makes the timing. Is that good? I don't know. It seems like a lot of different objects. Like, I would almost rather get rid of one of the gates or something, but without that, like you could imagine an earlier version of this level where you have to get a monster on there and she has to be on the backside and then you go teleport. You know what I'm saying? We could even make that one. Hold on, let's fix this one. Just going to do that again there. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to save as stasis 0. And stasis 0 is going to be like this. All right. Let's play that. So this one, it's just you have to teleport at the right time and then teleport again. All right. So I'm going to do this. Going to do that. Now this dude then has to go boop. And then, see, you don't want to do it when he's there. You can't do it when he's there. If you do it when he's there, he's blocking the second mirror, right? So you literally have to do, like, the backside is probably the best time. Like, wait. Oh, no. That doesn't work. Right, it has to be there. Oh, fuck. And I cloned her. That's not what we wanted to do. I forgot that would happen. Okay, well, this level isn't that simple. So now we've got an extra priest running around. That's not the best. So for this one, I think I would actually make it like a longer loop, because the goal is, hey, get the timing right. What can I do? Like the cloning kind of... I mean, we could make it an even more of a crazy timing thing. I mean... Okay, watch this shit. Let's just set it up. Let's make it a longer loop. Let's work on all our ideas here. That might be too long. Okay. How do we avoid the cloning, you ask? I will show you. All right, first we got to get this guy on the train. Boom. Oh, wait. So we go... hold on. This is really hard. So I've got a teleporter her by one, run to the right, and then teleport again, all while this guy's on one square. We might have to slow down the lily pads. This is for the end game. Because doing... I mean, we're actually giving people time control. Let's see how hard that is with time controls. It's probably not that hard. Okay. So we drop that guy on. We're going to slow down. Whoa, slow down time. Teleport. Go teleport. That's pretty tight still. I think we could tighten up the graphics on level 3 here. And then slow down a little bit. Okay, so he's gonna go there. She's gonna go boom. Whoops. She's gonna go boom, boom. I mean, that's a level. You know what I'm saying? That's a level. We could start this guy here. Okay, actually, yeah, let's record. Whoops. Okay, so we're gonna go teleportation, and then we're gonna go dang it, I did it wrong. Wham wham. Anything else we want to do here? Like, whoops. Like chop up the island a little bit. Like we don't need that whole island. We could sort of ditch the corners that we don't use. The thing is, if we want it to be a sequence with this other level, maybe we don't want to do that. Can you add a third exit and use the clone? No, because that is not the idea of the level. So, okay, when you're designing levels, for them to be good, you want to have discipline about what you're making and like actually make sure that what you're making embodies the idea that you set out to do. Or, right, sometimes you can have some kind of like serendipitous discovery of something good. In fact, this isn't even that rare. It's like you set out to do one thing, it's maybe not that good. You discover another thing, and then you're like, oh, that's better. And then you go do that, and that's fine. But like, just making it like, oh, you have to clone, and then you have an exit, like that's not special or interesting enough to do. Like we already have levels where you clone, and it's a delightful surprise, and all this stuff. And so, why make that level? Why make people solve that level? It's just not what we do here. Can the priest move on water in sync with the monster? No. I mean, it actually may actually be technically possible, except I think it isn't even. I don't even think you could if you hit exactly the right frame timing. I don't think it would work. Yeah, so it's just the reason I went through that explanation is just to say that is a temptation that designers have sometimes, which is to, I don't know, like, oh, this level isn't totally working the way I envisioned it, so let me just do what happens. And I don't know, I mean, sometimes that is an okay thing to do, sometimes it really isn't. And in this case, I do not think that it would be. Okay, I'm going to go grab a drink for a second, and then we'll continue back on the other version of this level and see what we can do with it. Okay. How do you know when to stop overthinking level design? I don't know if it's about overthinking, because sometimes it could pay off to think quite hard about things. It's just about making sure that what you're actually making is good. Sometimes that requires a lot of thinking, sometimes it doesn't. More often what happens, rather than phrasing it as overthinking a level, I would just say that more often the failure mode that happens is you're trying to think hard about how to save a level or make it good. And the solutions that you think of keep taking the form of like adding extra things into the level to prevent exploits or bad stuff from happening or whatever, and it just gets cumbersome and ugly, right? That's probably the most frequent failure mode. across all puzzle games. Like, in fact, a lot of puzzle designers don't realize that they're engaging in that failure mode, and then they just ship that game. But it is to be avoided if you can avoid it. Okay, so we're back here. Okay, so this... Wait, why did it... I'm a little confused about how we got to the point that we could clone the priest. What? How did that happen? Because the other mirror should be blocked, right? Like, that's fine. How did this one, like, not close? Like, what happened? How did I clone the priest, guys? That shouldn't be possible, because you can't keep both gates open at the same time. Wait, was it on this one that I was cloning the priest? Yeah, oh yeah, right, and that's, okay, so I solved the cloning. Okay, never mind. So this one, then, we have this solved, and the question is just, can we make the level nicer? And we could probably do that in certain ways. It's aesthetically a little bit gross, like the spacing of the gates and all this stuff is not good. So for this one, so I have this wacky idea, since this is probably later in the game anyway. We could actually just put the gates, or the gates, under the mirrors, and they elevate them. Which isn't really that much less. But it at least... let's try that. That is a little bit of a wacky idea. So let's close this one out for a bit. Hope I saved it. This one, let's just do it with one of them, for example. All right. We need to Wait, what? Oh, come on. Bro! Why is that there? What the actual fuck is happening? Oh, we don't actually want 1.5 if we're elevating this. What the fuck is going on with these gates? We don't have a 1.0 that goes up. We have this, which doesn't make any sense, because you wouldn't ever want it to go up on a 1.5. Anyway, that is a problem. So we're just going to use this one. It's like, whatever. It's confusing. So I can then do this. And it has this, it compacts the level like spatially, kind of, right? I mean, now I can't teleport at all because the other mirror is blocked. But that will actually, so if I do this to both of them, it's like we don't fucking have the right meshes for these. Okay. We're just gonna have to fix that manually later. We're gonna do this one, I guess, because that's, and then it's gonna be backwards. Wait, why is that flavor 0? That's flavor 4. Okay, flavor. Is this flavor flav yet? Okay. So negate direction. That is the thing. Boom. Okay. And then I'm going to do that. Like, this is a little weird because it is complicated. To have these things go vertically. But it also, it's clean, right? Because instead of blocking things horizontally and vertically, it's like, okay, look. Make it a toggle with one switch. No, the reason there are 2 switches is so that the guy has to walk a long way. That's the whole point. That is the entire thing that is going on here, is that the guy has to walk a long way. Okay, so let's try making it so that you actually have to do this here. We could do it like with one stone, maybe. Like, because I don't want to give you too many objects to stress over. I mean, the thing about this is, of course, you might think that you have to mirror the stone. So we won't even make it mirrorable. This is just stone. All right, so she cannot start there. That is not a good place. Okay, so now there's like a lot of shit going on, but we could do this. Okay, now the problem is I can't ever kick that second thing in. This is starting to look ugly. Oops. Let's get these guys out of here. Okay, so that is not good. There we go. This is a hard level. You know, you don't have to do both. Like, if there's one already in the cycle, in the Michael cycle, motorcycle, all right? Then we just do that. And it's literally about figure out the timing, bro. We could even let you put the first dude down. All right. So now I've cleared out the map a little bit, and now it's like, all right. And then, should have recorded this maybe, but yeah, like this doesn't actually feel too cluttered, maybe. Oh no. Oh no, this is fine. Okay, so now, yeah, so that mirror is up, and I have to come all the way over here, and now it's down. Okay, so what do we think about that? That's pretty good, right? Yeah, the distance is needed to have a point for her to have to hover in space. Otherwise, you could mirror her twice in quick succession, right? Which was the point of the previous level that we made. Okay. Now, we do happen to have this stone in, like, the right place already. Like, there is a little bit of an art to setting up the level initially, so it's aesthetically nice and whatever. And what do we think about that? But doing it, like, I don't want to give people a bunch of busy work setup either. It's like, okay. Maybe there. And then, what else? How do you even puzzle design in an open world? Well, The Witness was kind of open world. So play that game and you'll see. I would say that puzzle design is easier on games like this, where maps are individual and, you know, semi-controlled. All right, let's record this. That's cool. I like that. See, success. Cool. You know what? Are we about to miss a pistol round? Are these starting like on time? What channel is it on? This is a rerun, dude.
My God, it's happening. Faze taking on Team Spirit in our first semi-final.
Am I gonna get banned from Twitch if I watch a Twitch channel on Twitch?
You'd be looking at this one, you'd say it's got Faze written all over it.
Dude, they're in person again. Look at that.
Winning tournaments right now. This is one where
All these people are gonna die of COVID. All right.
Now this is a chance to make amends for majors gone by, for chances that fell through the cracks last time around.
And on the other side, Chopper, man, this is his 6th major with a 4th different roster, right? We talk about the legendary story of Carragher, but this guy is no newbie to the block. His team may be, though, the youngest team in the top 30 right now, and they've got to take on the Titans of Faze.
I don't have restreaming rights, so it's sussy. Okay,
Okay,
well, what if I...
do we still doubt? Can we still doubt Spirit?
What if I turn off the desktop audio and put it on my other monitor?
It's legit. Let's get into this one though. Spirit taking on FaZe Clan. First semi-final. And we're right away into Mirage.
No waiting around in the Sports Palace. FaZe on the T side. Want to start rip-roaring. Props in the middle. He's going to be the guy taking that first engagement, but back out.
What good timing was that on finishing those levels, guys? Ow. All right. I get to watch, and you guys can go to the channel to watch. Oh! Oh, man. Oh my god, dude. That was the nuttiest pistol round I've seen in a long time. That was hilarious. Not if I comment. I don't know. Is it legal to restream if I comment? Like if I'm reacting? How does Twitch work? How is Babby formed on Twitch? Ouch. Yeah, this is just... Usually you just get banned. Sag. Alright, well, we won't be illegal. I kind of want to watch this for a little bit, and then maybe we'll do more level design. Alright. Remember when Counter-Strike's economy was... The tuning was so fucked up that basically every rifle round you lost, you also had to lose a pistol round? And it was that way for years. Remember that? And like Valve, I miss Shroud. Someone has a sign, I miss Shroud. I can watch it in CSGO. It's better with the commentary, I think, from the people. I also don't have CSGO downloaded. I mean, watch parties are different because they actually have Twitch rights to restream those videos. It's like watch parties are an official thing in Twitch. Okay. This game is very back and forth. Mm. Okay. Yeah, T's have this one. Yeah. That was kind of nutty. This is a good game already. They're already doing a timeout. That's such a weird fisheye camera thing. When did they start doing that? What? What? It was. Holy shit. That was ballsy. I mean, I guess if you're like, yeah, they've just got pistols, whatever. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, he's just trying to get an AK out or something. Yeah. Rip. Was that a missed Molly or was that intentional? Is that like somehow a Molly spot in the current meta or did he just whiff that? Mm. Bro, this game is so close. Imagine that he'd hit that through the smoke, though. Imagine. What's my favorite CSGO map? I don't know. Like the time when I was really into Counter-Strike was way before CSGO, and there were just different maps at that time. So I don't like. I've played all these maps a number of times, but like not enough to really like have strong opinions. What the hell? The other guy's hurt. Dude. Whoa, shit. Oh my God, dude. All right. Dude, players are so good now. So the thing about Counter-Strike is the head glitches are kind of stupid, right? And like that was a mega defensive head glitch right there, right? And the problem is if in the next Counter-Strike, if Valve ever gives enough of a shit to do another one, you kind of have to fix the head glitch, but then that involves, you know, having your bullets not come out of the middle of your eyes or whatever, and that might make it not feel like Counter-Strike anymore. You know? Yeah, like that wasn't a crouch spam head glitch. That was just like a, well, he was crouching and then he got up one time, right? Like right behind the, it's like he knew where to stand behind the box to get the perfect head glitch on that push position, right? Oh, whiffed it. Oh, he still got, what happened? Dude, I was so sure he was dead there. It just took them so long to respond to this guy full autoing and whiffing. What the fuck happened there? I like the P90, but I'm not a pro player. Well, I don't know. I like the old P90. I don't know how it is now. They have a reflection shader on the goggles now. That's the most useless thing in CS. People are chat spamming P90 Giga Chat. They're going to run out of time. All right. Maybe not. Maybe not. No P90. Sag. Chests make us more money than a new game, then why work on one? Yeah, I mean, the thing also to understand about Valve, making games is really hard, right? And they don't have to make money because of Steam. And then also because all their games have hats. Oh man, team damage. And then they tried to start making games again a couple years ago, and all their games kind of sucked and bombed. Like Alex was the only game that wasn't a total bomb, but it was a kind of a financial bomb because the VR market wasn't there, right? So they kind of can't really make games anymore. Unless they like reboot themselves. Yeah, Artifact was like the most boring game ever. The CS Battle Royale was not good. I don't know how it is lately, but it was not good when they launched it. It's just so much easier for them to just do... I guess, okay, so they have the Steam Deck initiative, which seems to be going well. What if I watch this on my Steam Deck? Watching Artifact on Twitch. No, I watched a bunch of Artifact on Twitch for like the first week, and it just was super boring. It's like, I'm sure they thought this meant it was well tuned, but like every game of Artifact came down to like, you know, one player barely wins 2 out of the 3 lanes by... I don't know. Like, there never were any big moves in Artifact, it seemed like. It was just all like, okay, I slightly got an edge here, and so I win. If I used it beyond opening it, I streamed some Steam Deck for a little bit. You would argue they can make games big time. I mean... The problem is that shipping a game is hard and requires concerted effort, and like, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess they kind of did do that with Artifact and with Alex. It's just Alex was even almost indie game size, you know what I mean? Like, it was like, what are the guys? It was about the size of one of the games by, you know, the Amnesia Dark Descent studio or whatever, right? It like wasn't a full Half-Life game. I don't know. I want them to rescue their game making ability and come back. I have friends at Valve. I'm not bagging on Valve to be like weird or bitter or anything. It's just, it's a little bit sad. It's a little bit sad. Ouch. He did get a good hit. Oh. Ah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's like Valve was just so successful up through all the Half-Life 2 stuff. I don't know. Something about that was bad for their long-term ability to make games. I don't know. So nobody uses the unsuppressed M4 anymore. Woof. Ugh. M4A1S is too buffed, yeah. Should be happy Valve is a success, not a dumpster fire like Blizzard. I mean, it might become one. Blizzard is older than Valve. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Blizzard is a lot bigger than Valve as well, I think, right? Isn't it? Blizzard number of employees. Yeah. Yeah, so like Blizzard is like 10 Valves. This game was really tight in the beginning. Yeah, how is Blizzard so big, yet they couldn't make new maps for Overwatch 2? Like, what's going on? Oof. Oh, he's gonna get wrapped, yeah. Nah, rip. He almost had it, though. Too busy fixing Diablo Immortal, yeah. Yeah, no, like launching the Steam Deck is not nothing, so that's a good sign that Valve is still kicking, for sure. What was that? Oh, man. They feel bad. Rip. He's just trying to save his AK. I don't know. This was a tight game for a bit, but like not so tight anymore. We'll see what happens when the sides swap. Is Mirage CT sided? I don't actually know the stats on the map here. This isn't gonna work. Whoa, that was a whiff. That was a fucking whiff right there. You know, one thing that Tarkov actually does well that Counter-Strike does not is like the awkwardness of turning quickly with long guns or like, you know, peeking around corners with them. That's one of the reasons why SMGs are just not viable in Counter-Strike because like rifles are just as good for maneuvering as SMGs, right? Pop flash wasn't good enough. So like I would try to fix that in a new Counter-Strike, that and the head glitch, but like I don't know if it's not Counter-Strike anymore once you do those things. But you kind of like, if you ever want more than 2 guns to be viable in this game, you kind of need to do something like that. Wouldn't it be so much more interesting if like, okay, this guy's going to use an MP5 because he's in the hallways all the time, right? Oh, oh, that timing. Whoa. That usually doesn't happen that well with the Glock. It's too inaccurate. Dude. What is the head glitch? It just means, so in this game, bullets come out of your eyes. So as long as your eyes are above an obstacle, that's all you need. So you can be like here with all the rest of your body concealed and shoot a dude, and he could barely see you or have much, target to hit. Glock is more accurate than USP? No, it ain't. Unless they change that. Am I smoking crack on pistol accuracies? No, USP is well regarded as the superior pistol. Like you'll notice in pistol rounds. Too bad he whiffed those subsequent shots. Oh, dude. Oh my God, that was so close. That an extra 3 HP might have made the difference there. But you'll notice during pistol rounds, T's will pick up USPs. They'll ditch their Glocks and get USPs any chance they can, because it's just better. Like Glocks, the supposed advantage of Glocks. The supposed advantage of Glocks is they have the burst fire, but burst fire is not like a pro level feature. like it in a pro game, it is much more accurate to have, or much more of a benefit to have the long range accuracy than the burst mode. Oof. That was not the right range at which to take that engagement. All right. Ugh. Spirit's catching up. Oof. Rip. Oh, that was dirty. Have I seen the Duke Nukem Forever 2001 build? No. Why would I? I could use some caffeine soon. How did they not get that bomb down? I'm not sure what happened there. They could still win. Spirit could still win. They got to get this round, though. What's the next map? Do we know? Not looking good. Nope. Nope. All right. Oh, dude. That was really well played. Yeah. All right. They're still in. They're still in. Dust 2 and then nuke. Look at all those nades, dude. That timing was unfortunate. Rip. I don't know what they think they're going to be able to do. Oh. How did they lose that? Okay. Oh, man. That could have easily gone either way right there. All right. So we're pretty close. Especially considering it's an eco. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh. Okay. I don't know that that means he didn't see the bomb. It might just be he doesn't. Yeah, yeah. There you go. That's the clutch right there. That might have won them the map right there. Well, confirmed the win. Yeah, no, you don't want to sit there in this cubby where you have nowhere to go and they know where you are, right? So I think it was smart to not camp the bomb. Oh, they have enough for mostly AKs. I didn't expect that. This is going to go bad. Oh, now they all know. Oh! What? Back. What was that? Whiff. He might have been zoomed in elsewhere. Like, not only did he nail the dude through the smoke, he headshot him through the smoke. All right, Spirit's still in. I was presuming a little too much. Oh. Oh, no. The timing on that nade. Oh, my God. Oh. They were so close to having that round. The timing on that nade, dude. that was very unlucky. Oh man. Yeah, they were. I don't know where this game's gonna go, man. Oh. Okay. That was rough. That was rough. I hope there's enough break between maps to make tea. There probably is, right? They probably got 20 minutes of commercials between maps. I mean, they got the bomb down. Like, how did FaZe even let that happen? What is happening? Oh, that was smart. That was smart. Bro. Yeah, that was a very good finish. Is Astralis in the finals or are they like out? Yeah, that was a quality game, guys. It got a little sleepy in the middle, but like Astralis is out. Dude, what? Remember when Astralis was like completely unbeatable for 3 years in a row? Whatever happened to that? All right. I'm going to make some tea. Different team, yeah. I mean, they still have a lot of the same players, though, right? Let me get some tea water back in a second. Who's the announcer lady? I don't recognize her. They've actually got new people doing the announcements. Astralis only has 2 of the original players now. Wow, okay. That's too bad. All right, tea time, back in a minute. Okay. Liberty. They've got some kind of weird... What is with the weird AR crap? Like, do they think people care about that? Like, why? Who cares about the weird AR crap? Oh, I gotta get more milk. I gotta re-up my milk. Are they saying anything important? General announcer stuff. Okay, back in a minute. Did I try rose petals with oolong? I tend not to like rose petals in my tea, but I'm not sure if I've tried that with oolong. Okay, we've got milk. I've got what's left of honey. I need to go on a honey mission. We've got weird Overwatch looking characters in AR. Do they ever say anything important? Not really, no. I mean, I think if you've never played the game and don't understand the game and you're trying to watch, this kind of banter is probably really important. You know? Like, when people are speaking, you want close-in camera views of the people speaking. I think they can't do that because they have them positioned so awkwardly far apart from each other because they're still pretending that that's important during coronavirus. So they're spending a lot of camera time on all the weird AR shit. I don't know. It's awkward. Awkward. Yeah, I agree. I was shocked by how close that game was. I thought FaZe should have had it much earlier. So, like, a serious question. If Counter-Strike was not a game already, could it be made today? Or would people be too angry about the fact that you can play terrorists? Like, Rainbow Six Siege already had to do the weird thing where nobody plants a bomb. They're just like, is a bomb, and you plant a diffuser. And I think they did that because they didn't want it to be that one team plants a bomb. You know what I mean? Like, how does it make any sense that you plant a diffuser? Like Valorant. Yeah, Valorant, it's like a spike, I guess. Nobody knows what the spike is. It's a spike. What's a spike? I don't know. It's just not a bomb. Don't worry about it. It's not a bomb. It's just, you know, it's just a device. It's just a device. The thinger has been planted. You know, the goofiest thing about Valorant is they went through all this effort to try and make it look and sound different than Counter-Strike, and you plant the bomb and it's still like beep, 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 exactly the same. Maybe it is a different tone beep. I mean, I'm sure it's not exactly the same audio sample. There are no terrorists in Rainbow Six Siege. Both teams consist of the good guys and it's just a training mission. Really? Is that the actual fiction in Siege? Dude, game people have no fucking spine. Like, imagine Tom Clancy writing a book, right? It's a Tom Clancy novel, and it's called The Training Mission. And they're having all these gunfights and stuff, but it's blanks because it's the training mission. Tom Clancy insisted that you're not allowed to play bad guys in his games. That's a mistake. I understand why he would want that, but that's also a mistake. They turned Siege into a literal stadium game? Really? So wait, you're saying that now in the new seasons, the actual fiction of Siege is that it's a team sport. That's nutty. That is nutty. I'm trying to think in the background about this level that I want to make, and it's not clicking in my head. Too much Counter-Strike now. Seeks to improve the synergies of Team Rainbow members, thus he developed the program, a global training regimen to help Rainbow operators understand each other better and to expand their operations. How is that? Like, why do you license Tom Clancy? I guess they got the blanket license, right? But like, you're not leveraging, like, the IP is like exciting spy craft and, you know, world spanning stories of conflict. And like, okay, so what game do we make with that? Well, we're in a warehouse doing training. Golden Monkey Tea is really good, by the way. Just saying. Okay. Are we getting close to... Nope. There's Frankie still hanging out in the audience. I put some tea in the honey bottle to get the remainder honey out. That's how you know it's a desperate situation. All right. We might have to go see what kind of honey they have at Publix tonight. What is Grimm's playing? He's playing some game called V Rising. Looks like a vampire game. I should have guessed that from the letter V. Okay. Don't need to watch any vampire games. A lot of people are playing V Rising. You know, I kind of stopped looking at Twitch for some reason. Like, I used to be on Twitch all the time and see what all the streamers were doing, and then you sort of get the network effect of different streamers. But, like, lately I just stopped giving a shit about what's on Twitch. I don't know why. It's a vampire battle royale, I see. Oh shit, we're starting. Brokey gonna die. Oh, dude. What are they doing? I don't understand. I don't know. I don't understand why they just hung back there. I guess you don't know if there's a second guy in the pit. Dude, oh, brutal. All right. Yep. Is this over already, guys? Like, uh all right, well, this is rough. Now CTs are going to have a hard time. Yeah, retaking B is kind of hard, except they're not really taking up positions in B, which is weird. Well, two of them are. Oh. What? What? I thought for sure he had it. What happened? What the fuck just happened, guys? I don't understand how he was like standing over the dude for 2 seconds. Like, what? He looks up and the dude's like, his entire body is visible right there. So like he had view. No, it's not that he saw a shadow or whatever. It's that the other guy, the CT, could have shot at him for like a long time and didn't. Like, I simply don't understand what happened there. Maybe he was like trying to taunt him and like lost the round because of that. That's got to be what it was. It was like he was standing over him and was like, haha, I'm going to taunt this guy. And the dude just turned and roasted him. Yeah, it could be because you only can see him for like a tiniest split second before he gets shot, right? So like maybe he was checking other positions and just looked down late. I don't know. I would be interested in seeing that from the other perspective. Okay. If they just rush, they've got it. Oh, no. Rip. That's not even odds. A CT retake of B is very hard. They have to have two guys defending B now. Because both times that they've won rounds, it was B takes. That was dirty. That was so fucking dirty. Oh, man. Yeah, that probably slowed him down again for a second. They're like, okay. It is really interesting to me how these levels survive. Like, these levels have had minor or no geometric tweaks for years now. Was I an A or B side defender back in the day? It didn't matter. I was more like CS maps were simpler back then. So my favorite part of the game was just like aggressing straight in. Although defending A on Dust was a good time, original Dust. Not Dust 2. I was pretty good at defending A on original Dust. What was my first version? CS Beta 2. Not the Valve Beta 2, the original Beta 2. Like when I first played CS, at the end of the round, it didn't clean the guns off the map because he didn't know how to do that yet. So everyone would go run and grab the saw that they dropped previous life or whatever. Very different times. Aztec Bridge Camper, yeah. Aztec is a fun map, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of got some dead areas, but... I liked Office a lot for some reason. I mean, that's a newer map, Office, but Like Original Dust, Original Dust is way too simple for today, but I had good times playing that. Prodigy, remember Prodigy? Train has been around a long time. Militia was fun. Oil rig, yeah, oil rig was usually oh, oil rig was like a defend the president map. And they just took that game mode out because everybody hated it or something. I like that mode though. Yeah, Mansion. Mansion is an interesting map because it goes way back to the early days of Counter-Strike, and the very first version of Mansion was fucking stupid, but it was so much fun to play. And then later they actually put like thicker walls on the inside and stuff. Original Mansion was just like a building with a bunch of fucking windows and terrible for your frame rate because it was still like a PVS based engine back then. It still is, right? Counter-Strike is still PVS, which is kind of nutty, but I guess that's how it is. Back Alley. I remember playing Back Alley, but I don't remember what it was like. Was the warehouse one CS Siege? Is that what? Like the warehouse where you climb through the vent? Yeah. I played so much of that map. Yeah, I mean, I liked Cobble. I liked DE Cobble. I kind of liked Piranesi or whatever map that was, but That was sort of after the main time I was playing Counter-Strike, so I didn't put a ton of hours into that one. Pure and Easy was kind of like Cobble 2 or something. Oh, whiff! Oh my God, guys. I wasn't quite paying attention, but at least 3 of these 4 rounds have been B takes. Were they all 4 B takes? What was the 4th round that they won? It's like that's all they know how to do on this map is take B. They shouldn't have been like that required 2 whiffs from Faze in a row. They shouldn't have been able to do that. That guy looks like he needs more Red Bull right now. All right. This got kind of boring for a while, but maybe they'll light it up again. Yeah, they're like, we're not going to let more B takes happen. Doesn't it feel like now would be a good time for a new Counter-Strike if Valve had actually done that? Doesn't 2022 feel like new Counter-Strike year? What about all the skins? People get to buy new skins. When was the last time Valve made any game? Alex was their most recent game. That was like 1.5 years, 2 years ago. Aren't there rumors they're working on exactly that? I don't know. I haven't heard the rumors. VR doesn't count. Okay, Artifact. And they feel like CSBR is a different game, I guess. What if... Okay, hear me out, guys. Hear me out. Since the engine development is kind of a problem and all that, what if Valve makes all their new games in Roblox? Oh. Like Valve could just become a Roblox developer. Dota Underlords. Dude, I forgot. I forgot about fucking Dota Underlords. That's how forgettable that was. How easy was that? It's like some guys make this auto chess game with your characters. All you have to do is do the better version of the auto chess game, and they didn't even fucking do that. Have I seen the Overwatch 1.2 expansion pack? I saw Donkey's video about it, and that was all I needed to see. Is that a teddy bear? No, it's Mr. Piffles. How do you not know about Mr. Piffles? He's the world's only magic performing chihuahua. I kind of stopped paying attention to this game. Let me watch it for a little bit. I'm doing monk mode right now. If I had a high quality person to be my girlfriend, I would do that, but I don't see how that's going to happen anytime soon. Why did Valve not acquire Gary's mod? I mean, they sort of have this picture that the platform holder makes the most money, right? And so they want a platform where people succeed. And I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. I don't think they need to acquire everything, but they should have fucking acquired Auto Chess, though, as opposed to building their own. Like, what was that, guys? Like, how did none of them get a shot off? They were all clustered up, I guess, and not wanting to friendly. Okay, that guy shot and missed. God. Dualies. Dualies. Let's meme about the dualies. It's really weird that they just went straight to the pistol round without a break. That's how old Counter-Strike is, that John Woo movies were big when Counter-Strike was being developed. Bro! What even happened there? I wish you could watch without the wall hack. I mean, you can. If you watch through CSGO, you can set those options, right? Kerrigan's dead. Ugh. All right. Dude. I'm going to do another golden monkey. Hell yeah. All right. Ouch. Ouch. How? That was very good pre-aim. That, I mean, when you see it with the X-ray vision, it doesn't seem that impressive, but like, he was right where that dude's head was going to appear. That's just like so many hours of experience. Wait, is this real? This is like comparison shots. Like, did somebody make this as a paintball arena or something? Or like airsoft? I guess there's not... I guess people do airsoft now and not paintball, right? How does airsoft work? Like, what happens when you get hit in airsoft? I feel like that's different than paintballs, but I don't... Like, do you just know when you get hit? Dualies. Dude. That's hilarious. I have this Japanese snack from the snack box. It says cute selection. We're going to try this. It's like a soft biscotti. Biscotto. Oh, it smells good. I'm sure it's got preservatives like nothing else because it's like... It's not bad. It's like a high-end Twinkie with no filling. I don't know. I think Faze is going to win this. Oh, that timing. That timing was fucked. Yeah, a 3v2 hold, forget it, man. Forget it. Well, if FaZe wins, there's no game 3, which means we get a big break before the next ones. And we can do some level design, maybe. I assume finals is tomorrow and is a best of 5. So this is at 2 p.m. my time, maybe? That's not much of a break, honestly. Do you think they're doing it with fewer commercials and stuff so that it's shorter so more people around the world can watch it live? Because it seems like way fewer breaks than they usually have. It's a best of 3 finals? Damn. EU for fewer. Yeah, EU people are poor enough they can't afford to buy anything. So, you know, why have commercials? It's all betting, huh? I don't know. I like best of 5s in Counter-Strike because you get to see a lot of maps. But yeah, I mean, if it was like best of 5 and then, but each side goes to 11 instead of 15 or something. Oh my God, dude. Heart attack. Oh, what the fuck? He threw. He should have just stuck that shit. Pros don't fake, my man. Pros don't fake. I just accidentally poured tea all over my desk. What the actual? That was bold. He was going for it. Hello, rating people. Normally we're doing video game stuff, but there's a Counter-Strike tournament right now, so we're watching that. Except we're not, because I'll get banned from Twitch if I show it. Ugh. What is happening to Faze, dude? They're falling apart. All right, well, it's not over. It is not over. I'm doing the tea in the jar of honey trick to try to get it out. What if Faze loses? It's inconceivable. It would be bad for level design progression, yes. Oh. I guess he thought that was a flash. I started rooting for Faze at some point, and now I'm like, oh my God, they're losing. Choke Clan, yeah. Choke Clan. I mean, how is this tied? They were just brutally. I mean, I guess they have to be T side now, right? And that's harder, but they were just brutally annihilating Spirit at the start of this game. That was a good nade. All right. Oof. Okay, they may have this. Ah. Through the smoke. No, they lost it, man. Choke Clan. Yeah, I mean, the plant is good for the extra income, but round wins are more important than extra income. Have I done the in-game pick'ems? No. I don't follow Counter-Strike enough these days to do stuff like that. Oh my God. We may be seeing a game 3, guys. Oh, it's so... I just now noticed that when a player gets flashed, they like flash the portrait now. That's hilarious. Do they do that for smoke too? That was dirty. Whiff. You should do it for fire, yeah. Yeah, the observer design in Go is pretty good. Like they have done a lot of work just to make these streams good. Although I think the actual display of the players and stuff, I think that's like a third-party plugin. Because different tournaments will change it up and stuff, but they set it up so you can do those plugins or whatever. Siege is harder to observe. Why? Because the maps are like, I guess, more dense and 3D usually. But I don't know if that's that big of a difference. Woof. Oh, that wasn't enough for the op. You needed more out of the op. Like, if you're opping down that tunnel, you should be able to get more than one guy if you've got support All right, so they're still in it, man. Spirit's economy is probably kind of fucked, but they did win several games in a row, so they should have rifle money. She has some very intense glasses that make her eyes big. Okay. No, Siege maps are way more 3D than Nuke. Nuke is like a couple of rooms happen to be above each other. Whereas Siege has a lot of like, we're going to blast a hole in the floor and shoot down through the hole and whatever. It's not the same. Like, I agree there. Oh, that was fucking dirty. Take the shot. Dude, when he watches that replay, he's going to be sad. Wait, magic and spells in Siege? Like what? I'm sure that's a facetious way of saying what they did, but... Oh, he was too blind. Are they going to fall back to B now? No. Why did they bail on the site? I don't understand that. Why did they fucking bail on the bomb site? Oh, dude, you gotta peek it. Oh, paid actors. Choke Clan. Yeah, that looked like they were paid to throw that round or something. And then they didn't throw it. Oh. This is rough. Whiff. Oh, got that though. Oh, they get B. Do you think Spirit's going to put, like, if I was Spirit, I would push this, even though it's a hard retake. They've been winning rounds. It's like you can't give them a way back into the game. Oh, trade? Not good enough. All right. They're low on money. I wasn't watching the money, I guess. That, like, using the car, a ghostly white map of the car as the symbol for the level is kind of dumb. That's, like, not good. Dude, look how many people are at this arena still. It's 2022, and all these people have showed up to watch Counter-Strike. Why the fuck does Valve not support Counter-Strike more? Why don't they have a bigger team on it? Like, look at this. Yeah, that's the fucking car that's over. Like, why? That's such goofy, like, visual design. At least the skins do look really good. Sometimes. Remember when PUBG added gun skins and they were the stupidest, worst gun skins you ever saw? Oh. Ouch. Has anyone ever done the gun throw at the end of the round, but they were wrong that the round was over and then they threw the round that way? Like, that must have happened sometime with all these tournaments, right? Like, someone literally throws by throwing their guns at the end. Simple threw his op as a flash and finished the 1v1 with the P250. That's fucking ballsy. Whiff. Oh, man. All right. That. Okay. You got to be faster than this, bro. All right. He was being a little too careful for what it was. I don't know. I mean, obviously, you can't backseat these guys. They're 10,000 times better at Counter-Strike than me, but, like, yeah, it's just interesting. I like how the camera always finds the hot girls in front. Dude, given how few women are in that entire arena in the first place, that arena probably doesn't smell very good. Are there mixed gender teams? Very, very, very rarely. There was an all-women CS team for a while. But it was kind of a marketing thing. And because it was a marketing thing, it was like, let's make sure the girls are hot or whatever. And they didn't have a good record. Right. Mm. Well, there's going to be a game 3, guys. I called it too soon, man. All right. They're still in it. Are we going to have double OT? What are the... All right. Oh, just one nade in there, dude. Oh, dude. I don't know. They're going to have to retake the site still. That's hard. Oh, shit. They probably heard that headshot, right? Because it makes a different sound. So they know that was a good nade. That could have happened. Yeah, B is just very hard. Oh. Oh my God, dude. I don't think if we go to game 3, I don't think that other match is starting on time. Oh. Oh, dude. See what I mean about that Glock burst mode? It's not that good. Oh my God. All right. So what's the rule? Do they have to make 18 to trigger double OT or what? Okay, so if Faze gets 18, then we play to 23. Is that the deal? Okay. Ouch. Where did that come from? Holy shit, dude. What happened there? I was sure that they lost it. And then just Spirit melted. They just melted, dude. What even happened? I'm muted. No, you're muted. I'm not muted. Oh, man. They had that B take right there, dude. So wait, I guess we're playing to 22 now? Yeah. 22 wins. Okay. Oh. Oh, dude, he's poning. All right. All right. That's how that went. It's like they just melted again. I wish they had showed Twist got 2 kills off camera there, like in rapid succession. They lost this, maybe. I mean, I'm not gonna keep prematurely calling them, but this is uh, they're gonna go B. Holy shit, dude. That's the bomb. Oh, dude. That was the fact that he was even there in the right place is kind of amazing. Like he read that perfect. If he had just like not paused to check mid, if he'd had that extra 1 or 2 seconds. Yeah, that was an NT for sure. Triple overtime, I don't know. I mean, they're CT first, which is a little bit the easier side on this map. Especially when budgets are high, right? When budgets are low, like T's can rush and stuff, but like I think you get extra money in OT, right? Oh. Don't re-peek that from the same angle, dude. When there's 4 of them back there. They lost it. They should have fucking had that, dude. All right. So they need 2 out of 3 is on the T side to stay in the game. Start with 10K and OT. Yeah. Are there no timeouts left? Like, there hasn't been a timeout in a long time. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Currently, CT is favored on every map. Wow. This is rough. I mean, hopefully they just rush A. That's their now they're going to do it. Oh, that timing too. He still got one, but all right, they will at least get the plant. I think they win this probably. Maybe. I mean, it's AK pull down. Bro, dude. Oh. This game is delivering now. It was boring in the beginning, but it's delivering. Oh. F. F. Oh, what? Wait, how did he... Was there a little hole in the smoke or something? Dude, this is insane. Vac. Maybe he heard a sound. Oh, this is painful, dude. Faze is pretty light on utility. Oh, no way, dude. Oh, that's a good molly. This is not good for Faze right here. Oh, they're finding him, though. Oh. Look how low HP those guys are left on Spirit. Oh, my God, dude. He's got 12 HP clutch. Nope. This is insane, dude. This is insane. Dude, Patsy, he's doing the gutsy shit. That jump up out of the smoke was insane. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, this next game ain't starting on time unless FaZe wins. Oh, dude. Oh, no. Oh, no. What was that? Oh my God, dude. Let me get some new tea. I'm gonna risk it that FaZe wins this round and get some more tea. I think we're gonna switch from Golden Monkey to hot cinnamon spice. I don't think I got it. I need more water as well, but we're not gonna get it. Yeah, like if Faze can just clean up his CT because it's easier, then they're set. Oh, oh, dude. The guy was still like walking even after he was getting shot at. Oh, man. Are you serious, dude? Wait, did he have enough time to defuse, though? Because he picked up the kit. Oh, my God. Choke clan. Choke clan. Yeah, oh, he has diffuse time. That was a good choice to pick up the op right there in the last clutch. It was like very solid thinking under pressure. Oh, dude. What? That was nuts, dude. That was nuts. Oh, man. Woof. All right. Dude, this is insane. This game is nuts. I will point out, during COVID, how they had everyone playing like over the internet from their home base or whatever. The games were just not this tight. Like, just the fact that they were playing with, 30 ping or whatever, it just isn't this tight. Oh. What was that? If they lose this round because of that? Okay. While flashed, by the way. While flashed. I love that death metal rainbow shirt. All right. Oh, they actually, Spirit had a timeout this whole time. Boy, the timeouts are even really short these days. I mean, he was able to see where they were before the flash happened, right? So... Well, so Spirit hasn't been on the verge of losing until now. They've always been slightly ahead in the OTs. So it makes sense they didn't use their timeout. Oh. Oh, that was a good nade, dude. I mean, it didn't do as much damage as it... Oh, what? The disrespect there, man. What was that? The disrespect. I mean, it's not really disrespect because you can't disrespect an opponent on round 25. That's not how that works. But like... Why T-pose? Because shoulders have complicated geometry that tends to get tweaky. So you want the shoulders like stretched out basically so you can see under and above. That's why. Shit, dude. All right, we have a 30-minute break before the next round. That was an insanely good match, dude. A pose? I mean, A pose kind of makes more sense because it's like closer to how people are actually going to look. It's just reading off that stuff off the teleprompter is not, it just kills the energy. Faze or Navi to win the major. Well, who's the other team in this next game? Ents versus Navi. I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I always thought Navi was a stupid name. So, I guess Ents. It's fine. I don't know who's playing on each of those teams right now. I haven't paid attention to Counter-Strike all through COVID. Hardly. Because the games during COVID were so lame. Dude, that was insane, though. Prefer Ents just for being more underdog. Navi is the current Astralis. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Okay, we did this level. That was successful. I wrote down the whole idea and everything. Okay, can we make a level? Let me go get some water. So, like, I try to use the little water filter on my refrigerator that comes out the door because, like, you know, that produces water straight from the natural artesian springs or whatever. But it comes out so slow that, like, to fill the tea thing takes forever. Okay, so I kind of maybe want to do a level where the bard, like, teleports dudes. Right? I kind of want to brush my teeth as well. Let's delete this ocean. It's not deleting. Delete the ocean, please. Thank you. Like, I like this idea of the bard. And then, but, well, we might want these. But then it's like characters, maybe. Wait. Why isn't this... Oh. Clicking apply should maybe... Need to think about that. Okay, so maybe like this guy, and I don't know who. Like, I just want some characters on the map, and then I'm thinking about the bard, like being like this. Okay, now the thing is, why did, if it's a character, the character could just move. You don't need the bard to move the character. So maybe it has to be a monster. Because I also, like, I wanted it to be like, okay, there has to be a reason why you need to get this guy somewhere, right? So if we have bard, it's like you're sort of leapfrogging the monster. So you have to, like, okay, so how do we make this? So the problem with this already is it's boring because you can't get the monster on the alternate squares. So if the goal is you have to, like, okay, so you could imagine, for example, you have to get him past this other monster. All right? Like, because otherwise they'll do that, right? Well, and then that's not even necessarily, because why can't I just grab this monster if that's true? But I don't know. Does the engine have ray tracing? No. Fuck a ray tracing. Okay, I'm going to think about what to do here, because the basic idea of this level was, I guess the basic idea of the level was more like you pick what order to do the guys, right? And then you, like, no, it would have to be something like this, right? So I can sort of pick, but the problem is I have to, like, pull the guy out of the beam and put him in there. Yeah, see, that doesn't work. That. Yeah, that's so funny. Like, it's kind of interesting how trapped I am here. So maybe I have to pull him out of the beam on that side, bring him over. Okay, so now I can... Oh, but that fucking traps this monster. Now I have an extra monster. I don't know, man. It's kind of a mess, honestly. Ray tracing is a fad? I don't think it's a fad. I think we will be moving more and more toward ray tracing over time. Probably. Because it's just more conducive to higher quality visuals. It's just more expensive. But what else are you going to do with all that GPU power? last game was nutty, guys. Is Engine's backend still OpenGL only? We are in the middle of the current effort. We hired someone new on the team whose main job right now is to do the DX12 and Vulkan backend. I just haven't seen significant improvements in visuals that have in games that have ray tracing. That's because they're not doing real ray tracing. When they're advertising ray tracing, what they are doing is using, ray traced like global illumination or reflections or whatever, but they're still using back projection rasterization for the main scene. So like games like Control and whatever, that's what they're doing. Actual ray tracing is fucking different, okay? Like actual per pixel ray tracing is a different thing. But because you want a simplistic message in order to market, you just say ray tracing as the marketing, right? So I have some hot cinnamon spice tea, but I don't want to make it because it'll taste like toothpaste. Yeah. So and the reason why they use ray tracing for that only is because you can get away with fewer rays than you would need to draw the full screen at high resolution. So yeah. You think ray trace global illumination is very impressive? Well, maybe, but you don't get all the cool like participating media and like translucency, actual good translucency that you get with you wrote a pixel ray tracer, good luck with performance. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But then again, I mean, GPUs are very, very, very parallel. So, yeah. But yeah, that's the problem is as your geometry gets more complex, ray tracing gets slower. Of course, as your geometry gets more complex, back projected rasterization also gets slower. So, whatevs. What are they doing on the counter strikes? They're highlighting. Dude, those games were nuts. Oh, they just showed that B retake where 4 guys melted. Oh my god. They showed it from a different angle. How are any of the other games going to compare to that game in excitement? It's not going to happen. And that game started super boring. It only got exciting like a few rounds before OT. Okay, can this level be saved? Can this level be saved? This is kind of weird. How at certain angles. That gets odd. Okay. Anywho, let me get my mouse back. It was recharging. It was sort of tethered while it was recharging. So is this idea savable? I mean, so the idea of teleporting one thing at a time was kind of, I was sort of back tracing. The original idea was that the behavior was kind of cool when there was more than one thing. And then I was like, okay, well, let's sort of justify that or initiate it with a simpler situation, but maybe the simpler situation just doesn't work. So what's going on here? So here it's like boop, boop. They double each time, right? So it's like, and then they swap each time. And that's pretty cool, right? Now, you could say, all right, there's dragons breathing fire, and one of these characters is the priest, except no, because the priest will defend whoever's next to her. So I'm not even quite sure what I do here about this. Maybe one of the characters is a pusher, so you need to get to the end where the pusher can get out and do stuff. But again, if they're characters, they could just do shit. Like I could just swap to them. Right? So yeah, Bard range is fixed to 2 tiles. I'm getting kind of hungry. I don't have a good idea for this. Okay. This is just fun. It's fun for the guys to go next to each other and then swap. What can I do with that? I mean, maybe it's a monster and a skipping stone. But like, I kind of want there to be, I want you to observe that there's an interesting reason to do this, right? To have both of them next to each other like this. And then an interesting reason to swap. And then maybe, you know, maybe you got to do this for a little bit and then drop them out and bring them, swap them somehow, right? It would be too convoluted if the characters had a clone one step away from death. That seems like a very contrived thing to do. That said, so on the one hand, as a general puzzle solution, I would say that that's not good. On the other hand, I don't think that's something we've done in the game yet. And so doing it like once as observing that this is a cool thing that you could do with the characters is kind of interesting. Like, there could be one sequence that's just like, yeah, these clones are going to die. And so the bard has to take care of everybody because they cannot themselves move. Right? Like, let's talk about this, because this is kind of funny, right? Like, we could have some fire, right? I might be giving up on this double beam idea. I don't actually know. But, like, imagine, if you will, this, right? Actually, it could literally just be like this. And then we have characters on these basalt pillars. And they also have exits, right? These have exits on them. Whoops. So, like, these guys don't have to move. They don't need to move. They're fine. I mean, that's not the worst idea, necessarily. Okay, so if I try to move this guy, clone dies. If I try to move this guy, clone dies. That's kind of cute. I will give you code design credit on this level if it turns into anything. So whisper me who you want to be credited as. Because I don't know if nanometer is good for game credits. But Peggy 18 level, yeah. So then that's an interesting constraint. These characters cannot move themselves. Which then, okay, if there are 3, you could have the priest having to be in the place to defend the right one. Somehow, right? And, okay, well, here's the thing, right? No, you can't even... I don't think you could even have, like, transmute a monster kind of thing happening. Because that would still cause a clone to move, I think. So what would be the reason to have these be characters? Like, having it be a priest means she's protected, and so you could force a certain order between the characters that way. But again, the problem is the priest also protects who's next to her. And that's also not that, like, forcing a certain order is not that interesting unless there's reasons to change it up and stuff. Maybe you have to bring the characters to the left and then bring them back to the right. And due to the leapfrogging, they're like 1 off. The thing is, if there's 3, this has to be probably an altar triple beam. I'd rather do it with 2 first. Peggy 18 level. Guys, this CS game is going to start. I don't have that much food at home. Okay, okay, like I said, normally I would not think that this is a good idea, but this is a cute conceit of you can't move the guys. It's just, I don't know what good that is. Okay, you could, gem guy could pick up gems. Oh, that could be a thing. All right. It could be that there are gems in the way of the beam. All right. So like, and then we need to get past that. So we go here. And he could pick that up and extend the beam, right? And if these guys were in the wrong order, this is design progress here. If these guys are in the wrong order, that won't work out. Because now that guy can't go, and that guy will go too far, which if that's I mean, you sort of need a reason why that's too far, right? Because otherwise, you could grab him and move him back. That splits the characters. Is that bad? Like, what's wrong with doing that? Maybe we prevent that. Once you get them out the beam, they can't get back in. I don't know. I don't know. My brain is not coming up with... Maybe it's because I have not eaten the snacks, guys. We had one puny snack today. We're almost out of the Japanese snacks, but there's this like cookie, which I'm afraid that it's going to not be sweet at all. I'm afraid it's going to be a weird Japan cookie. We haven't done a bug snacks themed stream in a long time. Okay, this isn't that bad of a cookie. Not the best cookie I ever had. It is acceptable. It says this is 474 calories. That is not possible. Okay, toothpaste flavor is gone. So next time the tea water heats up, I'll do that. I'll also do tuna in a bag. You would have expected bug fixing. Yeah, I wanted to do some design this week because it's been a long time since I did design. And turning the design brain on is important, or at least keeping it going. Ocean Man. Tuna in a bag, as God intended. Okay. I had originally conceived this as a level where you shift guys linearly around. And maybe that's a thing, but we also have this alternate idea where maybe it's part of a sequence of levels about just the bard moving guys into the right place. And that could be for mirrors, right? It could be for defense against the dark arts. Could be for picking up gems, right? We need, okay, what are characters where we can do something with the character? Oh, well, here's another thing. We could also just forbid them from moving in specific directions, right? We could put walls up there and just say, like, look, this character just can't go south, but he could go these other ways. So if we wanted to, we could let these guys step out of the beam. Just an idea. It's a little more complicated. Like, it's not as pure, but that could be a fun evolution of the level, right? Is like, look. Like, okay, you could imagine a level with, like, mirrors. You could imagine a level without the bard, okay? And it's just got mirrors. And like you just can't go left. So if you ever want to go left, you need to use the mirror to do that. And then you go right and north. I don't know if I want to abandon this idea. Can also make a character that could be in only 2 position right. So you could give people a buffer of, like, you can move left once. Yeah, I mean, it's simpler if you can't move at all. But if you can't move at all, you need someone to move you. Right. I mean, you can do all sorts of crazy shit. You could have characters fenced in by force fields, so they are allowed to move until a certain point in the level at which those open, and then they're not allowed to move anymore. Yeah, you could build you're only allowed to move once, but in any direction out of, like, you could have the middle pedestal be tall and then it falls onto different pedestals that are below. And then from that, like, okay. Like, let's just have fun with this because we have just a couple minutes. Oh, shit, the game's starting, actually. No, they haven't started. Okay. They're still doing the pre-announce with some other new announcer lady who I don't know who it is. So you could, for example, build, you are allowed to move once, but in any direction in the following way. Oh, wait. Is this a recap? This is a recap. All right. So you could, for example, do the following thing, right? Like here, and then you actually do this. I screwed that up, but so you basically do that on all four sides, right? So and then you put fire under that. So then you can walk one and you'll go onto any of those, right? And then you go any more and you fall in the fire. See, they need more fire. Yeah, see that? So this says you're allowed to go one move in any direction. I mean, as long as that other guy isn't there. Shoop. Shoop. Oh, you need an exit. Oh, shit. No, you're right. We can't actually do this because the problem is this character needs to get out. So it's more like this character is allowed to move once and then someone else has to like rescue them to get down. Because we can't put more exits than characters. That's not a thing in this game. Oh man, I've been steeping my thing too long. What the fuck? Dude, this texture revamp on Aztec looks weird. What did they do to Aztec? Okay. How long are they going to do the pre-announce announces? Okay, anyway, so we have two ideas here, each of which could be played with. Am I watching Navi versus Heroic from yesterday? No. Nope. I'm just waiting for this match to start. Okay, so without focusing on one idea or the other, it's not going to be easy to make good progress. So I'm going to keep trying to do the Bard double beam idea. And if that doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Dude, Aztec looks so weird. It's like they just really overdid it with the normal mapping on all the walls. It looks bad. Badge. Badge. Madge. I don't know what to do here. Okay, so maybe we use this idea that the characters can't move. But then the Bard would need to rearrange the characters. Is that interesting enough? Like, the Bard can do this. So Bard could do this, right? But then you kind of have to do this thing where you split them apart, right? And even... like, okay, that goes. That's how you swap them. Because you need to not be in the same line, right? So this is, okay. This is kind of cool. We go here, 1 over, swap them. Now you go. And then that guy's on the gem. But I kind of want, like, more... Oh, shit, wait, you can do it without swapping them. Right, because it matters how many swaps you do. Right, so if I go here on the corner, that's no good. But if I go 1 over, it'll happen sooner. Wait, what? So that was 2 doubles and then swap, 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 swap. Wait. 1, 2 doubles, 3 doubles, swap, swap. Wait, what? How is this? Okay, hold on. Oh, because the number of doubles, because they move 2 each time, it doesn't change. It doesn't change. They're always, at the end of the doubles, it always leaves the same number of swaps. Oh shit, the round started. All right, I'm starting to understand things. Oh no, it hasn't started. When is this going to start, bro? 2:30? What's their deal? Okay, so here, there's 1 swap possible. Here... yeah, there's 1 swap possible. Here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 swaps. So it's an even number of swaps, always, is the deal. And we still haven't figured out how to make that not be too far. Okay. Even number of swaps. The lane length will change it. Yeah, but we want the lane length to be fixed. Okay, so this is actually interesting. It's an interesting invariant that no matter how many swaps you do, it doesn't work unless you manually swap the dudes, right? So that's kind of interesting. Also, the fact that both these guys are gray is a little bit weird, but okay. And this is kind of interesting. Like, we could actually pull one out without pulling the other one out if we want. I don't know that that matters. It's actually going to fuck me up because, well, wait. I somehow... Okay, weird. Like, if I can get this guy out, it's trivial. So that's bad, because I can just insert this dude in the right place. And then bop him over. So, like, but that might be solved, because we already said we have to somehow make it so that, like, if the goal is to get the right guy on the gem, we don't want to be able to pop him over the gem, right? Now, that could mean we put one of these monstros here, right? And then if I go too far, I pick up the monstro, but he'll kill the dude. And I mean, I could go this way, but well, that's to work on later, is how do we make sure that doesn't happen? Okay, this is kind of interesting that you have to swap the guys no matter how. That's like an interesting invariant observation. Hello, how's it going? We're going to be watching Counter-Strike again soon, but until then, we're designing a level, and it's going kind of slow. Do you have a beam or something that forces the Bard's aura on? No, it's just active when she is the active player who's going to move, right? If somebody else is active, then she is not charming other characters. Okay. Okay. There, maybe there's water there or something, and we don't want guys to go. Or maybe it's just that once we go there, we can't get the guys back. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that is enough. Why can't she move the guys downward? Well, she can. That you have to do that to solve the level right now, because the thing is, you cannot get on top of that gem. Oh, you know what? Since the monster is there, I think she'll kill the dude anyway. Maybe not. So you have to do that, and then, yeah, the monster will kill the dude. So that's not a good solution, I hate to say. We could have a dragon breathing fire down that lane. So why do we want to pick up this gem? So you can skip over the dragon breathing fire. That's why. Okay, hang on. All right, we're going to have a Panzer Dragoon Orta here, who is out of range of the Bard. Probably. I mean, I don't know. Like, just the Bard isn't going to be able to go over there for now. Like, you could. This sort of depends on like what's in the rest of the level. Guys, I'm having this weird thing. I thought my last pair of headphones was busted. But actually, I'm getting electric shocks in the ear, like from this headphone cable or I'm going to try plugging it straight in. It's like this was happening with the last headphones too, and it probably isn't good to get electric shocks in your eardrum. So I'm going to try this. Anyway, so this is not really turning into a hyper exciting, brilliant level yet, but the idea is you've got to swap the guys by doing this. And then you could take the gem. And once you take the gem, now, okay, here's where it's tricky because see, if the lane were one longer, so you need to time the guys to come over. They need to be in the gem spot, all right? And the problem is, if I just move this guy, he's going to die. Okay, so we can't do that. If I could get him... Oh, I accidentally moved him manually. If I could get him out, that would be fine. But I can't get him out because I don't have enough... I need to get him out of my sphere of influence, I need to jump him one over, and that's blocked. Maybe I could do it this way. Like I just keep doing that. Aha. Okay. Now what do I do? I could do this thing again. And then I could insert him. Okay, the problem is I kind of want to leave him there. Let's pretend I can go this way. I put this hole here, but it's not actually active. Okay, if I could do that, I could pop that guy over. Problem is I need to pop him over again to open that space for the other guy. And that's sad. So let's just say this permits me to go there. Okay. Something. Dude, I don't know what's going on. Okay, so here we go. We go there, swapper. We do this. That permits us to do that. And then I go all the way over here. Oops. I kind of don't know. I mean, I guess I do the Picard maneuver here, right? I forgot to pick up that gem. So, what do I do here? I want to get this guy out of my range. Like if I could walk around him, I could do this, right? And then I do that. What was the point of all that? Why was that interesting? I don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to get this idea to work this far. It doesn't seem like a big, wonderful wow to me. Yeah, that gem is not powering the beam. You are correct. That was just a spare gem. The reason I just use that is because that's that guy's ability, is to pick those up. Try different port. Well, I'm using these external speakers that it's plugged into. All right, they're still doing pregame interview with team captain. So do the betting companies like give them a cut of the bettings? Is that what happens? Is that why they get so much product placement? If fun things happens to you when you are charged electrostatically. This has been happening consistently for days. That said, it is the case that I have carpet in this room and I didn't used to at my old place, so it might have to do with the carpet, but I have one of these big, it was so annoying to try to roll my chair around on the carpet that I got one of these big plastic sheetings anyway. So I don't know. Layers upon layers. Okay, this kind of sucks and is not that interesting. So maybe after the Counter-Strike, we will we'll just try out, because this idea of like certain characters cannot move certain directions is could work. Maybe turning off the beam is desired. Yeah, I don't know. Like I want it to be this. Like the root of what I wanted to do was this really cool double toil and trouble, and then you leapfrog. Like that's cool. I like that. I think it's neato. I almost I don't know. Dude, I know the government is shooting me with electricity. Okay. So that's pretty cool. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. What if it's just a really simple level? Like, okay, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe the level is, you know, there's like some wall here or some shit. And they just need to go over that. Maybe it's water, who knows. But they just need to go over that to get to exits, right? I mean, this is maybe too simple, but maybe not. Okay, and maybe there is no dragon. That anyone cares about. And that's not why we are doing our thing. So we do that. He goes grab. She goes to dink. dink, the dink, 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 dink. So that's kind of a level right there. It's a little bit simple. If it builds into something else, that could be fine though. I mean, maybe. Like, I almost was picturing it as a level with a bunch of rows to it, right? Where there's a 2 at a time, a 3 at a time. Like we could continue from there. Instead of that being the exit, it's like that's how you get to the next spot. Like, I don't know. I mean, let's just imagine there's something happening here. Let me get this wall down here. Like, let's start using wall. We just have so many frickin' water levels that, like, let's start using walls. Okay. So you could imagine, if you will, that the bard does these things. This guy picks this up. There, of course, has to be a reason why the bard cannot... Oh, she has to go there and pop down. So then maybe she has to come around this way. Maybe those are fences there. Why can she not go left here? Oh, because, yeah, we're just not making the right teleports. Okay, so now she could go left. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So you can imagine now they're in some other frickin' beam that goes this way. But it's like a triple beam. This could be fun. All right, so let's imagine, if you will, here's a beam, and you're just ending up in the beam. This is alter double. Alter double. Okay, so why... Oh, it started, dude. Here we go. Oh my God. Dualies. Dualies. That's got to be a rough first round in such a high stakes match. Nice. Oh, don't repeat. Don't repeat, dude. What are you doing? I guess it worked. I guess because he's got such a head glitch there, it's not a bad repeat. I don't know. Okay, well, it's anyone's game. How did Ents win that round? That was nuts. Oh, dude. That should have been way worse than it was. How did he whiff that? That was nutty. Well, he unwhiffed it. The parking lot textures are sharper now. Who's the favorite? Well, I suspect Navi is favored to win. But everybody likes the underdog. This is going to be rough, dude. 5 Glocks versus an M4. Oh. That almost was some friendly fire. All right. What? Dude, Boomage is looking older these days. He actually looks like an adult now. All right. Oh. He saw that barrel, dude. What happened? He saw the dude back there. Oh, yeah. Scout. Oh. All right, well, they needed a round. They got a round. All right. Well, they know that they're saving now. I mean, I guess 2v5 you knew they were saving anyway. React to the match if and only if you delete the VOD after. Is that actually a thing? Do we know that? Is that written somewhere in scripture? Let's see what people are doing. There certainly do seem to be people watching the thing, like a lot. Oh, Vac. All right. They took so long to do that. I mean, they didn't know there were defenders or not, right? But, well, they got a plant. So many dudes. That's just, that was not the way. Yeah. What was he going to do, man? Oh, they cut away from that, but you saw what happened there on the kill feed. Yeah, it's to make more room for the mouse, the keyboard angle. Oh, the no scope. Bad time for a no scope. Are they going to get another round? It could happen. Oof. All right. This is so rough. Oof. Share my time code? What does that mean? What time code? Time cube? Do you want me to educate you about the time cube? The 4 simultaneous days in the time cube? Oh. Ah. Oh. Wrecked. They're getting wrecked. Dude, the no break before the pistol round is so weird. I'm still not used to it. What a whiff right there. Oh, I kind of want to take a nap, but the game is going. One HP. Sometimes you could do a lot with 1 HP in this game, though. Yeah, so nade hits do a point of damage, by the way. Yeah, I mean, but that could have been a flash, and he still would have killed him with the flash. Oh, man. That's hilarious. With a smoke, yeah. It's a pretty rare occurrence, though. Oh. Oh. Dude, that's nuts. How did they get that defuse? The guy was just chilling. Well, they assumed Ents were saving at the beginning, yeah. But then once they start taking dudes out, like the last CT was just chilling in the hut there or whatever. Like, he must have heard the bomb tap. He wasn't that far from it. Yeah, I don't know what that was either. It was like he peeks, he sees 3 dudes. I think maybe it was 2 dudes and the third one was only X-ray. Yeah. Sheesh. Sheesh. Oh, rip. Rip. I don't know why I'm so sleepy all of a sudden. Almost had it. They're going to plant. Oh! Oh, he didn't get it! He could have. He was so close, dude. Yeah. If he had tapped that guy a little bit better, he just had to run away and they would have won. Oh, so brutal. Everybody mugging for the camera. Whoa, what a whiff right there. Like, that didn't even look like a pro player. Yeah, chat on Twitch does not scale. Three v2 retake on B. It could happen. It's just B's. It's hard, man. Rip. Rip. Yeah, chat at that scale is just for spamming. Spam this noodle to help Skadoodle. Was this Navi's map pick? Wait, what happened with iBuy power players? Oh, it was Ensipic? Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. Ah, dude, they got owned so hard. Oh, man. Everyone in the stadium is like, what just happened? All right. I'm going to get a little sody pop. I'll be back in a second. Gross stale chips. I bought these chips because they are kettle cooked waffle chips. And then the waffle part, they're just not very waffly. I don't know what ruffles. No, this is different. It's supposed to have holes in it. And it kind of does, but kind of doesn't. This guy looks like young Ted Danson. These chips are not very good, but I wanted something salty right now. And the calories will help keep me awake. Wait, are we talking about Chaco's friend swag or the other swag? There's two swags. I don't remember which one played CS. Was Braid my first time making a puzzle game? Yeah, pretty much. Forgot to pick up the thing. And she could go around, and she's back in here. And she could like maybe maneuver up here to go this way. And like maybe has to avoid some dragon scenario. I don't know. The thing is, how do we... So we need some more blockage in the level, unfortunately. Like... Because we don't want you to just be able to do that and then walk around, right? So we could do a 2 and a 3 and a 4. Like, okay. Kind of feel like at least this. Okay, so this guy takes... Whoops. I already killed the dude. Take. Oh, right. We can't. So we have to do that. Okay. I feel like maybe, so I've got hiccups from the sody pop. Those exits where the guys are standing are maybe instead buttons that let her come through here. Right? And then we're doing this fun 3x3 version. You can hardly see the crystal, but we're leapfrogging them over each other, right? So there'll be some reason why you need the crystal in a specific order. Oh, interesting. Yeah, she cannot do that. Maybe she could do that. I mean, I don't know. It's like, how do I reorder these guys now? I've got hiccups. It's terrible. Like, I don't seem to be able to reorder them. So I could do that. I could do something like that. Oh, now I've killed those guys inadvertently, but they could be far away or something. Dust 2 again. How much time a day do I spend programming? 5 minutes a day. And in just 5 minutes a day, you can program so much that you'll never get anything done for your whole career. Were the streams of The Witness being developed? No, because it was a very spoilerable game and I didn't want to spoil it. Yeah, the thing is, if you program for more than 5 minutes a day, the human eye cannot even see that much programming. So there's no point. My hiccups won't stop. Okay. So whoops. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so that gets me the dudes. Then I can go out here. Maybe the hallway is all the way over there. Now I can choose to pull 2, but it doesn't matter because they stay in the same order. Right? Whether I pull 1 or 2 or 3. If one of them was a priest, we could make that be a thing. But maybe we can do something more interesting than that. God, my hiccups. Hiccups. Could do all 3 at once. 3. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Not sure what to do with that. Need to scare me? Maybe this game will scare me. Just going straight for B. I don't know. They're going to hold stairs for a bit. Feel it out. Oh. What? Like, how many shots was that? It was like 9 shots. Oh. That was a good opening. Oof. He just hid in the smoke the whole time. Oh! What a waste. What a waste. What a waste. Is this like the new meta to push double doors there? Because people used to leave double doors alone. You know? Like, I haven't seen so much. Like, people used to go around it mostly and occasionally peek through it. They blocked the dirt. Oh, they blocked T spawn. Well, that's good because it was actually cheese that if someone was AFK, you could sometimes snipe somebody before they even moved. What was the blockage? Does that hallway just have more of like a... That's a good op skin. Yeah, that was sort of a bug in the map that you could like snipe people at spawn. Ceiling of the hallway is lower. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh, that's a good nade. Except maybe not. It didn't do much. Oh. That was an unfortunate camera cut right there. Mm. Rip. Rip. Okay. Oof. I'm glad they left the bomb timer long. Like, I feel like there must be pressure for them to shorten it due to all the other games. But I like that it's long. Ugh. Bro. Ents is going to get shut out. Bro, Ents got to come back. Extended the timers by 10 seconds. Yeah, that's good. I feel like they're a good length now. Woof. Oh no. The smoke grenade programmer. You know, I think in Counter-Strike, if you just changed reloading so that you have specific mags, right? Like Operation Flashpoint style or whatever. Like even that would be more interestingly tactical. Like people wouldn't reload all the time. Oof. Oh my God. What? That felt like it should have been totally doable, and they just didn't. They just didn't push in on the site. I don't know what happened. They like rushed in one by one to get defeated. Zeus. Oh, he's got it out. He should have gone for the Zeus, dude. You've got to get the meme kills. saw that. What was he thinking he would survive that molly? What was happening? Maybe he was trying to back away and he was bumping into something. That was an interesting round. Oof. 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 Whoa. All right. That's how that went. No. Will I watch the final tomorrow? Probably. Probably. Oh, dude. That was vicious. Beep. Oof. This is rough. Ah! All right. Oh, what? What timing was that? What? All right. That works. Good flash. Ugh. Oh my God. Oh. That was very rough. What a spray right there, dude. And it was weird because the spray did tons of damage immediately and then no damage. Oh, man. Do we think Ents is better on T? Dualies. Dude, the dualies. The dualies came through. Just so much screen shake on those. Maybe that was also him getting hit a little bit. Dude, oh no, very close. All right. They're just creeping into the site. Oof. Oh no! You got to duck behind the box. Yeah, they didn't even get a plant out of that, dude. They just got pwned. Incredible ponages. $13-6. And bring it back. can't do it. You would have to beeline. All this guy has to do is hide in the corner and he wins. I didn't get that. I didn't understand. Okay. That didn't seem worth it. They're just trolling. I have another 1 HP. Oh my god, guys. Guys. George is reverse engineering NVIDIA stuff. What stuff is he doing? Mm. Woof. The open source stuff they just released. Well, who knows? I mean, I've seen games where teams came back from 7 to 14. I've seen comebacks from like 5 to 14. It's been a while though. This is ugly. This is so ugly. Oh my god. All right. Ah! That was starting to look like something. Well, maybe this is the last round of the day. OT surely. It's not feeling like an OT kind of game. Not feeling like OT here. Boom. Okay, okay. Oh, tried to sneak in. Studied 3 years of Unity and hated every second of it. So why did you do that? Doesn't sound like a good idea if you hated it. Why do they bother boosting right there? Is it just practice of boosting? For when it's a retake or whatever? Yeah, I guess with pistols you can't take an engagement long at all. Ugh. Dude. Oh, that was rough. Just wasn't expecting that mid peak. Wait, they had pistols last round. Are they just like way saving up? Like what? I guess they're like, yeah, we'll potentially give them another round just to make sure we're full. But you're giving them a plant, which kind of sucks. The inflation. Yep, Putin's price hike, man. This is best of 3. You can see at the top of the screen that Navi has won one round. So they are very close from winning. Ugh. Flashed. That do I plan on level designing? Probably we're going to finish watching Counter-Strike, and then I'll take a nap and stop the stream, and then I'll probably stream again later tonight and do level design. So probably no more design on this stream. What time is it for me? It's like round 27. CSGO after, I don't know. Nap after, man. How is it 4:30 p.m. already? Have we just been watching Counter-Strike for a million hours? What, how long? This stream's been going 7 hours? That's nuts. No wonder I'm tired. Dude, Counter-Strike takes a long time. Yeah, what if this is another 25 to 23 comeback and then there's a third map? see what happens. Oh, rip. Oh, man, how would you like to be this guy right now? No, turn around, turn around. All right. GG's, guys. So we'll check into Counter-Strike tomorrow. I need a nap. That made me really tired. Someone said George was streaming. There could always be Amaranth's dog. We could raid Amaranth's dog. Software and game development. Is George not on here? No, he's just not on software and game development. Okay, we'll raid George. And I'll come back later on and we'll actually fulfill our promise to do more game design. All right, thanks everyone. See you later. It has follower or subscriber only chat. I have been warned.